Right, hello, greetings, welcome in everyone. Hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things, and it is an absolute pleasure to be here this Thursday. How is everybody doing? Hi. I am running on a little bit of adrenaline at the moment, admittedly. And I've just realized that I have barely what looks like 300 milliliters of water. If I know the size of my bottle is 700 uh, available to me at this moment in time, so I'm definitely going to need to take a break soon and very soon to just quickly run and top that up. But I hope that Thursday has been treating everyone kindly. I was able to be quite productive earlier on. And I just need to check something quickly. Mute that thing because it's echoing in my ears, and that is really disconcerting and wild and bleh. I do not like monitoring my audio live. It's always makes me trip over my words because I have no idea what I'm actually hearing, and I lose track of my own thoughts because I hear myself twice, and it gets really trippy. I don't know how people do self audio monitoring without losing track of what they're thinking. Honestly, it's a skill to monitor yourself and not lose track of what you're thinking. I hope that the mic quality is okay for today, because it has occurred to me when I checked my VOD from yesterday that it was a little bit far away from my head, so hopefully I won't headbutt it too many times today, but it also should sound a little bit less hollow and echoey. Hopefully, let me just pull it ever so slightly further down and angle that a little bit more like that. Maybe that'll be a bit better quality. Hopefully. And I'll also try to make sure to keep my volume at a relatively decent level, because I realized that was also an issue a little bit. And thank you, coffee! Greatly appreciated. Thank you. Okay, so the game plan for this day is we are going to do a little bit of fan art, and we are also going to, as soon as we see Bunby come in, we're going to just check Bunby's in screen animation for any last minute tweaks before I render it out for delivery for tomorrow. And Keith Manta, good afternoon today. Are you also multi-streaming, or are you just YouTube? Your audio sounds fine as well. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I multi-stream by default. Unless something really weird is happening. I will probably stick to a multi-streaming pretty much by default. Yeah. Like, the only time I think I won't do a multi-stream is maybe, like, I don't know. I can't think of anything right now. Like, in a hypothetical situation where, I don't know, I've got a YouTube premiere on a video that I'm releasing, but I haven't got any of those in the works at the moment, so it's not like that is something on the horizon in any sort of a hurry anyway. But if that were the case, then that's an occasion where it would not be on Twitch at the same time. But if there were an after party for that, that would be on both platforms. But yes, it is a pleasure to have you back, Keith Manta. Welcome. So I'm gonna keep my eyes on chat and see if Bunby drops in, so that we can check the result of the trees in the background and the looping, and if we are happy with everything on that front. But aside from that, on Sunday past, some of you may know, song MV dropped that was really cool by another person. We've heard the song on stream a couple of times already. If you've been on Twitch, you will have heard it a couple of times since. Anti-Venom by Zilginjoka. And I really want to draw something for that song. It's been sitting, living rent-free in the back of my mind the entire week, but until I got to this point in the commission queue, I've not felt like I had the capacity, I don't think I can call it that, the capacity to really apply hours to it. So I kind of want to draw something for that today. And that will just be a little bit of self-indulgence. Because I really, really love the colors in that MV. I think the song is kind of cool too. I like the lyric. It says something to me a little bit. And I'm fond of snakes, so the entire theme is also nice. So yeah, there's that little detail. And yeah, we will probably, with all levels of likelihood, hear that song at least twice today, if we are tuning in on Twitch. For those of you who are on YouTube, you should see the little player in the bottom of the chat box. So you can tell when we're listening to it. So if you are following along, you can also feel free to grab the song on your own and listen to it in the background alongside if you are so inclined. But yes, that is the game plan for this day, and I just want to make sure that I've got the right canvas on top. Over here. Alright. And let us head over to right where we're going to start. So at the moment, we've got live 2D. What I want to do here real quick. Is just on this thing. I just want to. No. I'm just going to throw Clip Studio over the top. Hide that for a bit. Okay. And we're gonna then start sketching. And I should probably switch on my graphics tablet drivers that have actually got paint sensitivity, because otherwise it won't even have a mouse cursor with it in my hand. Joy. One moment, please. One moment, please. There we go. That should be better. We should now have a cursor at the very least. Please and thank you. Yes, we've now got a cursor. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Archmage, hello, hello. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in, welcome in. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I am being a little bit indulgent this Thursday evening. For Christmas, a family member got me a bottle of Japanese whiskey, which finding that in my country is very, very, very tricky. And I am having one of those slowly accompanied me this day. But I've also got water with me, and also my freshly piping hot coffee, which I'm also going to take a sip of. So, fun times. What is everyone else drinking? The whiskey is really tasty, so I don't want to have it go away too quickly. It's a friend that will be accompanying me this day. And I want to get this color. Okay. There we go. But Archmage, how are you doing? How are you doing? Nothing? Ooh, that won't do. That won't do. And there's our automatic hydrate redeem. So, everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and take a sip. Remember, chat will say that I'm not the only one who has to hydrate when we've got a hydrate redeem, because I'm not the only one who has to stay healthy. Hydrates before we hydrate, as they say. No. Undo. Wrong finger in the wrong position. Now, I am going to be stealing a couple of motifs from the MV itself, considering that this is basically supposed to be a fan art of the MV. So now that I've got one of the major features in place in terms of the idea that I had, yes, apply the transformation. I just want to scale this so that I can get my composition a little bit better. I want this to be a bit smaller. Alright. There we go. That gives us our basics on that one. Let's hope that this works as I hope it is going to. There we go. Okay, that's one section that I've got. Now what I want to do is add a second layer to this. Now, keeping in mind that in terms of proportionality, the space between the underside of the nose and the bottom of the chin should be about as wide as a hand is broad. If we haven't got too much active perspective warping. So about like that should do it scaling wise. Let me bring it back. Okay. So I'm going to put this here. Now, it has been a really, really long time since I've drawn anything with this close a crop. Especially not on my usual size canvas. So we'll see how this actually ends up looking when I start rendering it out eventually. Joshua, hello there, mighty friend. Hello, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How goes? I need to not have that underneath my wrist for this line. It goes good, just studying up on my lead code like a weeb. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Well, I can't say that I am familiar enough with the use case of lead code to be able to give you any knowledgeable sounding encouragement, but I hope that you find the solutions you are looking for. I feel like it should actually be a little bit smaller though. Just pull a little bit more perspective in here. There we go. It's essentially just tough questions for programmers. A lot of these algos and questions are used for interviews. Oh, I see. I see. I see. I see. So it's less for actual practical use than just for proving that you know what you're talking about. Interesting. They're solid head scratches and have some value, but most of the time you're not going to touch something anywhere near as complicated. Ah, I see, I see, I see, I see. Now, is LeetCode just what you call that sort of difficult problem, or is it an actual language? It's a website where they hold these questions and trade your solution. Oh, okay. So it's neither. Okay, okay, okay. Interesting. Good to know that those resources exist, though. Eek, no, made a mistake. What I want to do is I want to grab this lasso instead of that one. Okay, now here we're going to take this slot and pivot here. And I'm going to straighten out the middle finger because it's also straight. No, in the MV as well. So all the lead code problems I do are C++. Oh, okay, 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 okay. I see, I see, I see. Good luck with those. I hope they open up the doors for you that you are trying to achieve, or for the things that you're trying to get into. Okay. So I'm happy that I've got my hand posture in place now. I'm happy with that. So now let us build on our expression. Yeah, I hope things go well for you as well. You're always quick on things. I try to be quick. There was a point in time, once upon a time, where I was trying to get into webcomicking, but it took a little bit more than what I had been prepared for at the time. And now I still would like to do a full webcomic one day. It's not in the immediate range of likelihood, probability. Okay, now I want to go into my reference sheet. There we go. There we go. How quick of a release were you wanting to do? I was imagined a 2-week schedule for even 12 plus pages with a ton of work. Yeah, it is a ton of work. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. I will be honest. My dream for if I had to do a webcomic is to actually have the entire script written for the entire thing, top to tail, completely done. All of the writing is done before I even start drafting character designs. Because then I never have to worry about, okay, should I maybe what am I actually drawing this week? You know, as a first port of call. But for a solo artist, a release of, say, I'm not going to try and count in pages because that depends on how you've done your layouts. But let's say if you have 10 panels that you're drawing in a week, so that makes a 40 panel monthly update. As an individual, if you still want to have time to do other things with your life, and the webcomic isn't your entire income, or the comic isn't your entire income, then that is how I would probably do it. If I was adamant that I was going to do it on a live update schedule. Otherwise, what I would want to do is I would actually want to work in it in complete secrecy for several months, and only start publishing it once it's actually completely drawn. Because release schedules are nightmarish. If you have not got the right support network in place, and all of the rest of it, it can be an absolute nightmare. Like, as a solo artist trying to do what a lot of webcomics or like what a lot of quote unquote professional webtoons do, where you've got 80 to 140 panels a week, it's nightmarish. That's why people go get these massive injuries and go on these huge long hiatuses. It's because the workload is just too ridiculously high, and if you haven't got assistance, you don't stand a snowball's chance in hell of actually surviving your job. It would be so easy to lose momentum when chapters aren't coming out in time. Yeah, exactly. Now, I am not happy with this shape here. Now, the outer eyebrow is actually quite low as well. Um, that's looking a bit better. That's looking a bit better. I'll get back to lurking now. Keep up the good work, ma'am. Thank you, and best of luck with your tasks as well. I hope that lurking here assists you with your productivity in one way or another. Rooting for you. Go do the thing. Sai Prime, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up? What's up is we are hoping to see if Bunby is going to join us so that we can just quickly check out the last quality checks on the animation screen that we did for our dear rabbit friend, our dear giant rabbit friend. In the meantime, though, I am doing a little bit of Zeal Genjoka fan art, basically. Just a little bit of self-indulgence following the Anti-Venom music video. Because I have had this idea for an illustration sitting rent-free in my head for an entire week, and that almost never happens. Like, I almost never get an idea straight off the bat for a non-prompted illustration that I really want to do. Like, character designs, sure. Outfit designs, sure. Illustrations, like full-blown illustrations, very, very seldom. So, this is self-indulgence that I do not want to lose the momentum on. Considering that the inspirational bug bit quite thoroughly. There we go. Cool. When you got momentum, you got to capture it, right? Yeah, exactly. I also want to make a comic animation story, but I never flush out the ideas or write them down properly, and I just get overwhelmed of thinking of the different scenarios I can put the characters in. Look, what I can say from my long experience of trying and failing to write a book, because I've been doing that in the background as well for a ridiculously long time, and learning along the way and failing along the way and starting and restarting more times than what you can shake a stick at. Write down all the ideas. It doesn't matter. Don't try and bother putting them in order. Just write down every idea you have to the best of your ability. And once you've got the ideas down, you can start tying them together and seeing, okay, which ones actually work together, which ones actually then start making other ideas not make sense, and then construct out of the scenarios that will give you something that makes your reader heart happy. Is at the end of the day, that's the one thing that you want, is to write something that you would want to read. Write the story that you want, and it'll come out being an awful lot better than if you try and write the story that is posing and posturing towards the tastes of someone else. A book? What kind of book? Basically I'd call it. It's not a high fantasy, but it's like it's somewhere between a high fantasy and a science fantasy, if I can put it that way. Sort of an action adventure story. A little bit of a coming of age story, a little bit of a finding self-worth story, you know. Those sorts of vibes. This nose is just a little too long. I'm not happy with the shape of this jaw though. It's not reading correctly, I don't think. Let's be a little bit wider. Fantasy sci-fi, yeah, or a dystopian type story. It is basically high fantasy on another planet, basically. With some indications of things that we would consider modern comforts in terms of the world build, but with a completely separate history, etc., etc. I've never really had an idea for a story that would work well enough as a book. I grew up watching way more shows and movies than reading books, and my imagination is more visual than anything else. Yeah, like I would love to do it as a comic eventually one day. Once I've got the story written first. But I really like the light novel to comic to animation pipeline. Like cross media has definitely or multiple media stories have definitely got their benefits for reaching wider audiences. And each of them has their own kind of charm. So I'd like to do something that reaches that sort of feeling at some point. The Bundy! Oops, I didn't get a notification you were live, taking the day for yourself. I am going to be doing so, but now that you're here, we can switch over quickly to Live 2D. Hold on 1 second, because I did actually have it open. And come over here and switch that on, switch that off, so that we can just do final checks for quality. Yes. Nightingale, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Will there be dragons or other mythical creatures? Oh, absolutely. The majority, in actual fact, the majority of my characters are not human. Like the majority of the characters are not human. Like even the person who looks most human is a mix of just about everything. So you know what? Very, very, very much fantasy vibes. In that regard. I need to not have this screen. I want the monitor. Yeah. And you know what? Undo. You know what? Things are just not cropping the way I want them to. You know what? I'm just going to do this. Live 2D. Undo the crop here. That's on Alt. Okay. And that's a hydrate. So, in just a moment, everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. What's everyone drinking? And I hope you're having a good Thursday so far. Coffee is now at that medium temperature, so let me just get rid of it, most of it. Whoopsie. Water as usual. Good, good. Staying healthy. Maybe it's just my knowledge base lacking, but from what I know of, more often anime that start as a light novel tend to be more cerebral than visual action based. I'm getting some iced coffee. Ah. Yeah, look. Light novels, a theme with a light novel is that it's supposed to be an easy to read story. But what I can say is that a lot of them, the individual author's style and what kind of thing that they want to convey is going to have a major impact on how it ends up coming across. I like describing my action choreography a little bit. So, yes, it may be a little bit more, you know, it might be a little bit more accurate on some of the twists and wounds and stabby bits. Whoops. But it all depends on what each individual author thinks is most important. So, you know, I can't say that there is a hard and fast rule of okay, what's supposed to be in a light novel. It's just the idea that it's light, easy reading that is not using complicated words and overly flowery poetry, and it's in bite-sized chunks that you can throw in your laptop bag on your way to work. You know, that's my vibe with the light novels in terms of their total definition, per my understanding. Yeah. Okay. So now that Bumpy is here, let's quickly have a look at this animation. I guess I never really thought too hard about why the differences between a light novel and novel. Yeah, the other difference is also the word count. A light novel is, I believe, between 30 and 50,000 words, while a novel is 50,000 words plus. So a major novel, like one of your thick paperbacks, is usually going to be around about 120 to 150,000 words. Books are such a novel idea. They are. I love that pun. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad you went there. Thank you. Joy. Okay. So I did, in fact, throw some animation on these trees, and I fixed the loop. I made sure that it is, in fact, a 2-minute frame, a 2-minute duration. Made sure that there are multiple pulses of breeze through the grass. So let us see. Hopefully, it's not too jarring anywhere. I try to keep things subtle. Insert Titus laugh here. I wish I knew what that sounded like. At the moment, I don't actually know what that sounds like. Oh my goodness, this looks so good. Yay! Yay! I'm gonna let it roll through the full 2 minutes, just so that you can see how frequently things are moving. But hopefully it works out. But if you like it so far, then I'm happy. Like, I try to keep things as subtle as possible. The only thing that is the drastic movement is the initial pulse of wind against the onion flowers. Simply because it's what's closest to you, it's going to look like what's going to move the most as a gust hits it. It's perfect. Yay! Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. That is a massive, massive relief. I am very, 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 very happy to hear if you are happy. If you are happy, then I'm very, 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 very happy. So in that case, what is going to then happen is I will be rendering this out on my machine tomorrow into a video clip for you, so that I can send it through before this time tomorrow. That is going to be my plan, is to be able to send it through to you before this time tomorrow. Wonderful. Yay! Fantastic. If you're happy, then I'm a very happy camper. I'm a happy burb. I'm a happy burb. Yay! Okay. Fantastic, fantastic. File save again, just for the sake of not having anything weird going on. And also it looks like it looped smoothly. I didn't see any jumps. Okay, awesome. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Lol. Okay, now I'm just going to close this so that I don't have all of my memory taken up. And now we continue drawing Snake Boy. Okay. I'm not actually happy with the angle of this hand. I've just noticed it. I'm not actually happy with the angle of this hand at all. I want the palm angle to be more that than ick. I want it to be pointing inwards, not outwards like it currently is. So let us redo this hand. Message me if you need anything else from me, otherwise I'll be lurking muted. Thank you. No, thank you, Bunby. I will definitely let you know if I need anything else, but if you are happy, then that is me satisfied. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you enjoy your lurks. If you're busy with stuff, I hope that you get productivity and get done with things that you need to get done in. But thank you so much for dropping by. I appreciate it. Let me just repair the hands here. So what I'm going to do is, let me just make sure. This is in fact the starboard hand. What I'm going to do is I'm going to switch colors on this. Probably. And I'm also not happy with the angle on this middle finger either. Now I just look at it. Because why? I've actually physically posed it out this time. So here, this one is going to fold inward a bit more. Okay. Clear that. Clear that. There we go. On the topic of night novels, I think I've mentioned before, but most of my ideas tend to be very action-based and superhero-inspired, and I just have the impression that it doesn't really fit solely word-based formats. There's a reason superhero started in comics after all. I can understand that, but on the same hand, what's it? Steelheart exists by Brandon Sanderson, which is also very much a superhero-esque thing. But it's also Brandon Sanderson, so there's that little detail. Yeah, I think, yes, there is definitely an allure to sticking to a strictly visual storytelling method if you believe that that's what your subject matter would be best suited for. But I think that a lot more stuff is a lot more versatile than what we necessarily give it credit for. I've heard that name before. I'm guessing he's a big guy. He is a very, very good world building writer. He does a lot of writing lectures as well. He's currently one of the most popular authors of the day, to my knowledge. He's very good at world building. Like really, really good at world building. So he's also got more books than I can shake a stick at. I do not even know how many books he has written. But he's very good. He's also got a YouTube channel where he discusses writing. And even if you're thinking of writing for different media types, the kinds of things that he discusses are absolutely applicable to everything from comics through to cinema and even, I would say, to stage plays. So he definitely has some amazing insights if you are honing the craft of storytelling. So definitely one of the masters who is worth studying under a little bit, considering that he has got a bunch of lectures and resources available on his YouTube channel as well. Okay, that is more right, yes. Now, I just want to check. It's more right, but it's still not quite right. What's his name again? I'd like to look him up on YouTube. Okay, I'll type it in chat. Brandon Anderson. There you go. Definitely someone worth looking up. There we go. There we go. There we go. Just checking. There is a mirror very far to my right, which I'm currently using to pose in to check that I've got something with an arm angle that is going to look right, because let's just say that posing in a mirror is sometimes the best way to grab a reference. JoJo pose activate? Exactly. Sometimes you just gotta JoJo pose in a mirror and see if it gives you what you're after. Right? It's not weird. Like, It's like standard practice. It's standard artist practice. Hush. You are your own best reference material. I seen it the first time. Guessing you're in the chat relay is behind appearing on the screen. Yeah. Yeah, because I typed it in the chat box for my streamer bot. So it sent it to both platforms. Um, it's looking a bit better. Now I just want to get this one. This needs to be shorter. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. Size check. Pardon me, that came out of nowhere. Woo! Kiwi. Okay, I'm going to take everything and make it just a bit smaller because it's just too big in frame. For me to get enough space to feel like I'm getting what I want to achieve with this. Okay. And I'm still not happy with the positioning of this middle finger. And here, what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna grab that color for now, and let's just go lock opacity and fill, just so that I can see what lines belong to. Okay, that should give us a rough idea. Um, hmm, Need to remember that I have a whiskey in front of me that needs to be had before it all evaporates. Because that would be sad, considering that this is my Christmas present whiskey. Citrina, hello, hello. Just lurking and vibing today, Harriet. Ah, awesome, awesome. Thank you for the lurk, Citrina. Hope you're doing well. Hope Thursday's been treating you kindly. Stepping away for a bit, we'll be back. No stress, no stress. You need not report your comings and goings. Everything is okay. Okay. And here. Hide out hands at the top there. Okay. So I think we've pretty much got our foundation in place. I'm just still fighting this eyebrow, which is still not the right shape. Hmm. But we're getting there. We're getting there. You know what half of the problem is? It's half of the problem is that it's ending too high up. That's better. That's more like it. Okay, and I just want to come over here to these references again. So pixelated well. So very, very pixelated well. You know what? That is actually slightly terrifying. Um, just get our basic rough shape in. That goes that way. We've got a big one that goes like that. 1, 2, 3, and then on the side profile, okay, that'll do the trick, that'll do the trick. And are we in fact pointing the correct direction now? I think so. Let me just go back to my reference sheet. I just want to make doubly certain. Okay, it's nothing in that other ear. Okay. Okay, so that is in fact the empty ear. What does the hairline look like again? Is it straight or is there... It's mostly straight, but okay. Okay, so now we've got foundations in place. Now what we can do is we can start deciding on what method I'm going to use to actually build this thing. So the first thing that I'm going to do is come over here. Okay. And on this, what we're going to do is we're going to grab off of the reference sheet. We are going to grab over here. Skin color 1. And then here. Really? This is actually 6 colors in the eyes. Wow. Okay. 6 eye colors. Wow. Hectic. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to come over here again and I just want to doubly check. Port hand has a ring on the pinky finger. There we go. And starboard hand has pinky and ring. Okay. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. And let us take a sip. The coffee is almost gone. The coffee is almost gone. The ice cold coffee. Why? Because it is now basically winter behaving like winter in my part of the world now. Up until, what, yesterday? The day before yesterday? Winter was not yet behaving like winter yet. Now winter is here in full force. And it is bitter. Hmm. Um, well, silver lining, good for your PC, right? No overheating. Yeah, I've still got to run the aircon though. Because even with winter being here, the machine still throws a hissy fit. So I'm trying. I understand, and it's fine. It's fine. Good intentions noted. Um, I want to just double check something here. Mm. Now, this is trippy. And the hands look too small to me, but at the same time, they are absolutely not too small proportionally. It's kind of wild. Is this a Zeal Genjoka drawing? I know you said you were drawing something based off a song you were listening to, but I don't remember what you said word for word. It is exactly that. So Zeal on Sunday past released their music video for Anti-Venom, which is basically the 1 month anniversary for his EP Zealous. And it was a really cool music video. I really, really, really liked it. So yeah, I've been wanting to draw something based off of that for the entire week. um it's been living rent free in my brain. Grahazek, hello, hello, welcome in. Nothing wrong with a little stylization? No, I agree, I agree. Um yeah, so that's what we're busy with. Now I just need to get this back to where it was. I think it was there. Yes, that's where it was. Okay, so now we've got a foundation in terms of our sketch. So let me put that in a group. Call this one sketch. Collapse the group. Now what I want to do is I want to decide on what method I'm going to use for this thing in totality. What method do I want to do? The one that's living rent free for me is Medusa's Masquerade. Yeah, Medusa's Masquerade is absolutely great. For me, my top three are definitely Anti-Venom, Medusa's Masquerade, and Molotov Mocktail. Those three are my top three on that EP. It's only got 5 songs in it, but yeah, it's really, really good. uh, I've been enjoying those. How am I going to do this? Which methodology? Do I want to do the inking methodology or do I want to try the non-inking methodology? I want to try something. I might regret this later. I might regret this later, though, if I do it that way. So you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to pull it out. I'm going to call this one Face Inks. Reminds me of Street Fighter 4. Game design and art design go hand in hand, so in fighting games, especially Street Fighter 4, hands and feet tend to be proportionally large to make the extremities and thus the attacks easily recognizable at a glance. That is very, very true. That is a very good point. Use case, use case, use case. Design has to complement the use case every time. If the design does not fit the use case, someone is going to suffer. And that's how sometimes like theater costumes can look a little bit underdone, or some costumes are just too advanced to put into an animation of a certain description. So you know what, use cases worth so much when it is applied appropriately. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this and I'm going to clean up our inks piece by piece. I've decided on a methodology and I hope that it works. Multiply. I'm going to reduce that down again. Oh yeah, how theatre costumes and theatre acting has to be exaggerated to be seen clearly from afar. Yes, exactly, exactly. And interestingly, the same sort of expression exaggeration that is so critical for theatre is immensely useful for VTubing. Funny how that works out, huh? For our puppeteering. So what we're actually saying is that all VTubers ought to be theatre kids. Oh. It would help most likely. That would absolutely help because with our optical tracking solutions, the more clear your expressions are and the more obviously you enunciate your words, the better your tracking is going to actually operate. I almost got into theatre as a kid. My sister talked me out of it. No! But you know what? Actually, fair. Theatre is a little bit of its own beast. And it is not for everyone. But it's definitely fun. I was personally not actually a theatre kid. I was a choir kid though, and that's not too different. They're not too different. Less dancing involved. Much less dancing involved. She was in theatre herself. You see, if someone has a bad experience with it, of course they're always going to try and dissuade people from getting other people to do it. But maybe she saw something in your temperament that was maybe not going to be compatible. Who knows? Who knows? I am guessing, and that is maybe not necessarily the best thing. She had a lot of fun with it? Oh, okay. Or she didn't want to share with her brother at the time. Ah, yeah. That's sad when that's a sibling dynamic. That's sad. Da-dum, almost got it, almost got it, almost got it. So far, so good. So far, so good. I'll come back to the nose. Let me just do the ear first. So much that needs to be cleaned. There we go. Get rid of that. He has got a little bit more of an earlobe, doesn't he? He's got a little bit of a square earlobe. Okay. There we go. Okay, almost got our skin inks done then. Okay. We're making good progress, considering we've only been drawing for an hour. And half of it was doing battle with hands and scaling. If we're lucky, I'll be able to finish this today. Because that would be really cool. Okay. So that is going to be, I'm going to call that one, instead of face inks, skin inks. Okay. Now what I want to do is, step next, I want to experiment a little with something. Let me see. How am I going to do this? I'm going to try this. I'm going to see if this is going to vibe with me today. I'm not going to bet on it, but let's give it a try. Doesn't hurt to try at least once, right? This is going to vibe with me today. Here, one. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this behind. And go in and grab skin color like that. Just rough in a patch. Now I'm going to need to be careful. I've got a plan, which is going to hopefully look interesting. Um, now, what I'm going to do is come back here, and I'm just going to pick a lighter color. Hold up. Lock, fill. I just want to actually be able to see what I'm doing. Hide those. Unlock. Okay, then on the back end here, um, something like that. Let's see. All right. Let's see what happens if I do it like this. Okay, now if I go duplicate that and I empty it and I grab that color again, now put that on top, call it head 2. I'm actually going to call this one 3 because I want one layer underneath this for sure. I definitely want a layer underneath this. Actually, this is going to be 4 because I want 2 layers beneath this. In order to get what I want to achieve with my layering before I start rendering out anything. Eep. Okay. Let's see. Now we can see that there's some stuff that needs to be repaired over here, so that gets cut out. Okay. That gets cut off. Okay, now we duplicate and clear 2, duplicate 3. Okay, so hide those. Here 2 is going to include the hairline. And just a little bit more layering up here. Okay. Now on this side, what we're going to do is we're going to do and that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Okay, that did not work. Pull that entire section. Now if I layer those together, We're starting to get something that's looking marginally correct. Starting to get there. Okay, now the hairline needs cleaning. Oh, hello. What do you know? This song of the day. That we're drawing for. Woo! Duplicate. Clear it. We're getting there. I'm liking how this is mostly working so far. This methodology is working so far better than I was anticipating. Okay. Nice. Okay. Now I can come over here and grab this again. Oh, hello. The other song that's been living rent free in my brain for the last week and a bit. Okay, we're getting there, we're getting there. What I want to do is, I think, clip. Ooh, this will work. This will work. I like this. Okay, that will work. I can work with that. Clip down. Like that one. I can roll with this. This is looking decent. I'm liking this methodology so far. It's working in my favor for a change. An experiment is going well. Yay! I was half not expecting it to go well. So I'm taking this win. Thank you. Okay. It's just struck me that twice in a row now, Zeal has been my test dummy for experimenting with new methodologies. Last time I did that, I was testing out new brushes. Ironically, these brushes that I'm currently using. Interesting how that works out. Oh, unexpected. That's not it. Hide that one for a second so that I don't make mistakes that are stupid. That'll do. So far, so good. Okay. Happiness, happiness, happiness. Um, okay, that works, that works. Hide those. Let's show number 2. Clip. This is number 4. Yes. I just want to undo, undo. Hide that. Take that off. There we go. Okay, this is going pretty well so far. This is working. This is working, this is working, this is working, yay! Show here. I'm gonna need to be careful. I'm gonna need to be careful. Okay, now here what I want to do is I want another one. And a multiplier on this. Normal. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to duplicate this one again. Clear it. And grab that color again. Hide all of those. And here, what we're going to do is we're going to throw on our sketch again, hide the hands. Okay. Well, this is just going to be a case of clever layering. Oi. What are you doing? Ah! It's only getting worse. Why? That was messy and horrible. And hide that, grab the skin color again there, just put some more back here. Alright, lock that. Grab our green again. And fill. And grab you. issue there. Got the wrong brush. I want this one. There we go. That's the brush I was looking for. So far, so good. Okay. Throw those back on. We are getting there. We're starting to actually look like a character now. Yay. Save button. And this is actually a save as. Whoopsie. Okay, so this is going to go in here. Let me just file this appropriately. New folder. Give it a date, 2025, 05, 22. Zilginjaka and T in copy text, paste. There we go. That'll do the trick. Okay. So, basics are now in place. Basics are now in place, at least for this section. So let me take all of that and throw that in a group so that I can collapse it and see all of my layers further still. Okay, let's do let's call this one face. Next one, I'm going to go port hand. Inks. And this is going to be 30 brush size. There we go. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the ring inks on another layer so that if I decide to do a paint over with that, which is increasingly likely going to be what my plan is going to be as I get to that stage of the rendering. Because I don't think these lines are going to stay black. I highly doubt it. Oh, hello. He's got gloves. He's got gloves. That means I'm not going to. If I do him with his coat on, he's got gloves on, which means I don't need to do fingernails, which is a huge help. I'm going to do the gloves version. It's going to make the paint over more comfy as well. I can roll with that. That sounds like a plan to me. Any opportunity I can take where I don't need to draw fingernails, I will take, because fingernails are a pain. Now I need to check what seams are going to make sense for this. What seam pattern is going to make sense for these? This is going to split in two here. No. Single seam throughout. This is going to be a single seam. And that is a hydrate, everyone. Acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let us take a sip. I am now officially on water. Was why the coffee is gone. How are you all holding out? Hope we're doing okay. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is grab outside and expand by 1, expand by 2. Okay. Invert selected area. Grab that color. Fill. Okay. And just select what is going to be skin. Cut, paste, lock, grab our skin color. Full. There we go. So, first hand is in place. Save button. There we go. Duplicate. Put this one on starboard hand. Clear everything on the inside. Hide port, hide the face. Here. Okay. Sorry, I'm accidentally hitting microphone with my head again. Sorry. So far, so good. We're making good progress now. Right. Hide the sketch. Okay. Undo, undo. Show this one. Grab that color. If I can just not make stupid mistakes. Clear. Grab outside. Expand by 1. Expand by 1. Invert. Fill. Grab. Grab. Okay. Cut. Paste. Lock. Show. Grab. Fill. Okay. So now we've got that in place, which is half of the most complicated part of the thing in place. Now, what I just want to do I just need to, in another tab, open up the actual music video because I want to just reference something. Okay, so screenshot. I wanted to grab that. Create new from clipboard. There we go. Okay. Print screen. And reduce. And paste. Undo. Create new from clipboard. I just want to have both of those versions open. Okay. Now what I want to do is I want to hide here, and I want to select that space, expand by 1, expand by 2, and I want to create a mask here, which I'm going to call, now before I do that, though, I'm just going to grab a very loud color so that I can see. Lock all there. I want to make a mask, call this one window mask. There we go. and I want to take our face layer and I want to duplicate it at that point, put it on top of there and clip it down. So now we should have something like that. Great. In there, I'm going to fill that in black. And grab that. And I'm actually going to grab all of those and make sure that they're opacity locked. Those two don't need to exist here. There. That one doesn't need to exist. No, it does. It does need to exist. But it can stay as is. That one doesn't need to exist. Okay. And now we go through the rest. Alright. And now I'm going to grab this and systematically make sure that the lines for all of our hair layers are that color. There we go. There we are, which gives us an interesting effect over here. Do you see where I'm going with this? Now, if I show that again, hide those. I'm going to create a eyes layer. And we're going to do our lashes. Actually, no. Come over here. I've got an auto action for this. Eye layers, play. Yeah, okay. Move that out. Move that out. Okay. Now, we come in here. And we start inking our eyes. Okay, almost there. Almost got it. Almost got this one in terms of the lash shape. Right outer lash. Okay, lock all of those. Lash upper. Here we go. No, no, no. Rotate. Something like that. Good. And grab there. Cool. Now lower. We're going to grab this color again. Like that. Lash outer. Like that. Okay. Now Slera. Let's just show that so that I can see. Hide the sketch layer for a second. Blur the inner corner here, but I can't find it. Now here I'm seeing something that's bugging me to wit's end. Debris! Get rid of it. Go on with you. Debris. Alright. So now I can lock that. And I can grab this color. Here we go. And grab this again. Put this on top here. Grab this. Actually. Like that. And that. and filter bleu Gaussian. Too much of that on the edge, so let's just hide that off a little bit more. Filter bleu Gaussian. A little bit less. And that looks good. Okay. Now, make this a multiply and put it on 50% and hide it for a second while we come in here and quickly do our iris information. Okay, so firstly and foremostly, I get the distinct feeling that I can start with a black core. And I do not like that. Let's just wait for it to catch up with me again. Okay. Flip. Flip. And at this point I can hide that. Did I make a mistake just now? Yes, I did. But it actually looked good, so I don't mind. I'm going to leave it. Lock. Now I lock. Now we grab here. Wait, why did something stupid happen? Did something stupid happen? Dismiss? Hmm. You odd. Let me just give an update because something weird just happened. Very, very strange. But okay, okay. Weird. Hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Why is my model broken? Hold on. According to this, it's working. Okay, my coder is not liking me. Why? OBS, why? This is probably got to do with the fact that my computer is screaming at me because I've got my entire CPU trying to process a whole bunch of things at the same time. My entire GPU trying to process a gazillion things at the same time. So my encoder is overloaded, which is new for this week. Ah, boy. It's new for this week, but it's not a new problem altogether. Sure. Okay. What was that now? What was that now? Ay, ay, ay. Undo, undo, undo. Encoding still overloaded. Grr. And I'm going to go replace color there. No? Replace that. There we go. Okay. And call this one pupil. Everything here is actually just a smidge too small. So I'm just going to expand it a little bit. Actually, clear that. Clear that. Clear that. Show the sketch. Clear it again, because I was not happy with that. Unlock. Unlock. Mm-hmm. There we go. Hide our sketch. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be like that. Lock. Oh. Try it again. Okay, lock. Make it black. There we go. No, actually, it doesn't leave it as that. Because why? That goes over the top of it, like so. And we're going to put on the Slayer Shine afterwards. Okay. And now we're going to need a brow layer. Sketch on. Like that. Clear, because I do not like how that looks. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to grab this color. And we're going to fill. And we're going to go grab black. And do that. There we go, that looks right. Now if we apply that, yeah, still looks mostly right. Now I'm going to put that in a group called front hair. Just that I can keep track of what is where. And have everything layered appropriately. There we go. Now we copy the layers. Group, front, there. And paste. And clear. And hide those. Like face here. And unlock everything. Unlock everything there. We are on black, yes. Okay. So now we come over here. This one does not need to be as detailed as the other side. I don't think, unless I do something interesting. I think I'm going to try the interesting thing. Which means I need to undo everything that I just did here. Why? Because I decided on a whim that I'm going to try the interesting thing. And hope that it looks good. At the end of the day, that's the thing. You can try the interesting thing, but you just gotta hope that it looks good. Okay, now. Yep. Um, okay, so first things first, let's grab that color. Undo. I don't want to cut that out too severely. Um, Hide the sketch. Lock the opacity on the brow, fold that in. Get rid of that layer because I don't need it. Grab that color. Lock those. I don't need that. Now undo. Pull. Pull. And pull. Yep. This is what I'm looking for. And over here, grab that. That works. Now what I want to do is I want to grab that blue. Okay, we're almost there with this, but I'm not happy with the color of our eyelashes in the end. Let me see if I steal this color, if it'll help. Yep, this is better. I can roll with that. Okay, happiness there. Okay, so now I've got the difficult part done. Now I've got the difficult part done. Hello, Zany. Welcome in. How are you doing? That looks like you are very tired by that emote. Hope you're doing okay, despite. Okay. I'm gonna start with blocking in some cell shading, and that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I could be better on y'all. Aw. I hope that whatever's going on, things improve quickly. That's not a fun position to be in. Anyway, how are you? I am doing well. I'm doing a lot of experimentation today, and so far it is going okay. Um, it's not often I've got an idea for. Oh no, undo. Whew, that was almost disaster. It's not often I've got an idea for an illustration, like a proper illustration that I just want to do and render out all the way. Um, but when it does come, uh, I'm always kind of excited to test things out with the process while I'm at it. And needless to say, this week, um, my brain rot is anti venom. So it was always going to be, probably always going to be, the thing that was going to get me to experiment and do some quote unquote personal art for a change. It's just pure self indulgence today. And so far it's been kind of fun. It's nice being able to just wind down a little bit. Where the only person whose expectations I have to meet is my own. I was going to go somewhere tonight, but then we noticed a flat tire. Me and my dad just changed it, but the car won't be taking cars by the time I get there. Ah, that is frustrating. That is frustrating. Are you guys able to change it yourselves, or are you just talking about getting a replacement? Glad you found some inspiration. Yeah. I need to do all the tires replaced regardless, and then my dad switched for the flat for a non-flat tire. Okay, you did. Okay, so it's just you just got to still get a full set of replacements anyway. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Hmm, this is not working out the way I was hoping. But okay. You know what? That's half of the problem there. On the wrong line. You know what? Just undo that entire thing. Try it again. Okay, that's working so far. Now we get rid of that. Yep. That also did not go exactly how I wanted it to. Take two. Okay, that works. That works. Hide those two. Expand one, expand one. Jump straight into that. Okay, we are getting there, it looks like. Now, let's see. If I go, no, undo. I don't want that. I want that. And I want to have a overlay. Let's just check if this is gonna work or if I'm being dumb. No, this works, this works. That works, that works. Okay, I'll take it. It's maybe a little bit pale, but let me try locking that opacity and then filling that. Undo. Undo. So, what I'm learning from this is I should have gone and done all of that on a separate layer, because why? I did that dumb! Like an absolute chop. Okay, so hide that, hide that, hide that, hide that, hide that. Okay, select reset. Okay, copy, paste, hide. Okay. Full. Unlock. Show again. Grab that again. Repair it all. Again. Okay. Try that again. Okay, the redoing is going slightly less painfully than I was anticipating, thankfully. Okay, this is going well. This is going better now. This is going better now. Okay. Soften this edge. Okay, that works. That's working. That's working. Okay. Now we soften here as well. Okay, that works. That works. Now I need to stop procrastinating on the clothing, but first I'm going to do the hands. Okay. So I'm going to start this side. Lock, lock. Here. This is not much. And I need to not make this exact same mistake a second time. This side is going to be shorter. This side is going to be longer. This needs to be broader. There we go. There we go. And grab that. Invert and clear. There we go. Okay, there we go. That's the tension on the underside of the wrist on that side. Fantastic. And over here, we're just going to have a little bit of a dimple. Like that. And over here, clean that up. That's that, and there's gonna be another dimple kind of in the middle of the wrist, like that. Much less. There we go. And that should be okay for now. Hide those. Now what I need to do is I need to grab that. And I'm just checking out my reference here. Okay. Yeah. That's leather. And then on the side, we've got there we go. And that's a hydrant. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Which side is up? Yeah, so now I just need to make sure that I've got this angle accurate for what the anatomy's got to do in order for this to make sense. So that's going to put the base of the trap over there. Okay, so that's the anatomy. Then here we're going to have the edge of the jacket, which is going to put the epaulette there. No, 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 that's not right. That's not right. It's be like that. Okay. And this needs to be bigger. And it needs to be here. Because there is a line of patterned fabric. Okay. How are we for time? It is now 10 p.m. UTC. We're actually doing pretty well on time. We're actually doing pretty well on time. All things considered. Cancel. Whatever that button was, it was wrong. Now let's see, on the reference sheet, does it tell us what the shape of the top of the epaulette is? Yes, it does. Fantastic! We got the information! Yay! There we go. Okay, that works. Now I need to do surgery to a reference sheet. So, grab that. Grab you. Copy. Create new from clipboard. Edit. Tonal correction, brightness and contrast. Contrast up. Okay. Edit. Change resolution. Oy, this is minuscule. Filter, blur, Gaussian. 2. Okay. Filter. Sharpen. Filter, blur, Gaussian. 3. Okay. Filter, sharpen. Okay, I'm probably not going to get more information out of that than what I've got there. So now what I need to do is I need to do surgery again. Okay. And here we are going to go and we're going to go duplicate. And multiply and warp liquify brush. No, undo. Okay. Okay, now that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Now what I need to do is I need to be very careful about my layer order. So this is going to be jacket back or clothes back. Okay, and then over here we're going to include. Oh my, there's 3. Wait. Oh, there's a scarf. He's got a scarf as well. He's got a scarf as well. I missed that. I missed that. Sure. Okay. Okay, so let's go through. We've got that color shirt. So let's put that down first. Shirt, scarf, then we've got the collar of the jacket. Which I'm going to duplicate and clear and call it jacket collar 2. Which is going to be a bit darker. Okay. Beneath that, we're going to go jacket collet 1, which is going to be in this dark color again. All right. Then duplicate, clear it, jacket collet 2, which is going to be in gray. Is that a belt that attaches to the epaulette? Or it's no, it's not attached to, it's just around. It's just around. It's just around. Okay. Let's see. Then we need jacket itself, which is gonna be that color. And then there are the belts, which are also gonna be I'm gonna call it EP belt. Okay. Undo, undo. There we go. So far, so good. So far, so good. Okay. Hide. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Okay. We're getting there. And at this point, lock everything color-wise. And grab multiply, duplicate, 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 duplicate. Okay, let's just keep it relatively lightweight. Okay. That ain't it. Normal. It was hide that. Duplicate. Duplicate. Grab that color. Get rid, get rid. Clip, multiply, blah. Okay. If I need to do any stupid stuff again, I need to remember to do so with the other color. Okay, here. Tiny little shadow on that side. Okay. Then manipulate one. Manipulate 2. Now at this point, I'm not actually trying to get lighting in place, I'm just building volumes. Because if I am successful in what I hopefully am going to try and do just now, then this is going to be a relatively straightforward thing to shade just now. Duplicate, clear, okay, that's working, that's working, that's working. Now, where is the felt here? This is gonna want this brush. And it's also gonna want just for the shinies. Okay, that works. Now, the jacket body itself will have a little bit of a seam over here. And duplicate and clear. And duplicate and there. Okay, getting there, getting there, getting there. Nice. Now we need to add Let me clear that because it's not right. Now that looks a little bit more metallic. Great. Getting there, getting there, getting there, getting there. Now, I want to pull this out here, make it a normal layer. Hide that, hide that. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Wait. Okay. Filter, sharpen, sharpen more. Filter, sharpen, sharpen more. Edit, tonal correction, binarization. Cancel, that's not what I'm looking for. Edit, tonal correction, brightness and contrast. Contrast, dial it up. Brightness, dial it down. Okay. Eesh. Now, whatever this is must go away because that's not useful at all. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Let's go select. Reset, select. Reset, select. Let's make this 40. Reset, select. Okay. Oh. Undo. Invert. Oh. There is no substitute for a high fidelity reference sheet. That's all I'm going to say. Because this is nightmarish. Okay, then this goes over here. Multiply. Cut. Paste. EP pattern. There we go. Okay. Alright, so we're almost there on this. Now I just need to do the little decorations that hang over here. And this is okay. And then there is one, two of those little loops. And this ack needs to come back here because I've got flipped out, which is not right. Okay. Now lock that. Flip. multiply. Unlock. Sorry, accidentally hit the microphone with my head again. Sorry. Let me just move it slightly further forward. Oh dear, there I just broke my clasp. How even? Well, it was a homemade clasp, so that's probably why. Okay. I'll make a replacement in the morning. Almost there with these. Undo. Okay, now grab that. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be more vibrant. I am 90% sure that's supposed to be more vibrant. Yep, it is indeed. Animal, hello, hello, welcome in. I don't know why the zoom out startled me, but it did. Oh no. I'm sorry that the zoom out startled you. Hope you're doing well otherwise. How goes? I'm sorry for giving you a fright. It was, I promise, unintentional. But how are you doing, Animal? I'm doing alright, how are you? Almost 5 hours stream, you mad woman. Tell me you've been slipping water. I have been. Every half an hour I've got an automatic thing that goes off to tell me, drink water! Or whatever it is that happens to be close to you at the time. But yeah, no. Lately, 5 hours has been my average stream time. Actually, it's been my average stream time lately. Um, since switching to my current stream schedule with the biphasal sleep cycle, it has actually been my average workday. Which, considering that this is my day job, is not that bad actually. It's just that now I just happen to uh, live stream while I'm doing my work. Shave? Save, not shave. Um, yeah. Speaking of, I'm anticipating that we're gonna get another hydrate reminder soon and very soon, actually. Okay, so far so good. We are making decent progress. That is looking much, 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 much more ready and done. Okay. Now, I more or less need to replicate that for this side. But before I do, there is one more thing that needs to happen, and that is on jacket color 2, we need some shinies. So add glow. This one on top, because this is shining too. I have no idea what material, but it looks almost satiny. Clear it. That does not look right. It does not look nice. Okay, almost got it with the texture here. Now on jacket color 1, we need to come to our ruled line and grab our dashed line here. And I'm going to just put this on top so that I can't accidentally break anything, because this is a top stitch. That runs through in there. There we go. Are there any other breaks? It does not look like it. Okay. Here though, that needs to go under. There we go. Okay, now we are ready to take that entire folder, duplicate it so that I don't have to rename all of those names again, and put it between those two. Clear it. Close front. Okay, actually, I'm going to just take it out for now, but I know it's going to go in between. Show my sketch layer. Grab that. Unlock, 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 unlock. You know what, actually, I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do this. Duplicate. Hide. Actually, the decor can go, and its two multiply layers can go. Those can go. Those can go. Those can go. Those can go. I almost have everyone off here. Yes, yes. So now we're back on flats. Fantastic. We're back on flats. Now, you guys, unlock opacity. There we go. Now I can just grab each one of these as I need it. And this I can do like so. I don't actually need this tiny little corner at the top of the collar because it's hidden, but I want to just leave it in there just for security's sake. Scarf, that little wedge. There we go. Jacket. There we go. Nope. Undo, undo, undo. Why? Wrong piece. Because why? You can't actually see that part from here. So that goes away. Jagged epaulette 1. That's that color. And that's going to be that entire section. Jagged epaulette 2. There we go. Lovely, lovely. Okay. Next, this one can go away because it doesn't exist on this side. Color 1. That's this one. Jacket color 2. Invert that. Hide epaulette 1. Okay. Show that again. Alright. Making good progress. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now this is gonna go on epaulette 1. I believe that's a companion to that. Yes, it is. So that one can now go away. Oh, making progress, making progress. Normal. So I can grab that color. Add glow. Okay, that'll do, that'll do. Now, we once again start at the bottom and work up. Oi, that's lost all the pressure sensitivity there for a second. There we go. And the scarf. Now, one thing that I'm still not happy with is jacket collar 1 shape. Here we go. Okay, that is overstitch. No, top stitch. Please do that while I'm here. And there's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. I knew that drawing this guy's clothing was going to be the thing that took the longest. By a hefty margin. At this point, what I can do is I can grab everything on this side and delete because it no longer needs to exist. And I can show that again. There we go. Just so that the recording looks better. Just so that the recording looks better. Nope. Wrong place. There we go. That's better. Now let me see if I can get this detail on this button again. Okay. Um, Now we've got to add the shinies. Ooh, okay. Almost through the slot. So now it's just this seam here. There we go. A little bit of shade up there. Teo, hello, hello, welcome in, and thank you for the raid, and greetings, everyone. Hello, hello, my name is Harriet Citadel, avian alien sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, and general maker of things. Welcome in. Hello. Hi, Teo. How was community day? Apollyon Live, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. We are drawing Zilginjoka today, and we are making really, really, really good progress. We are almost 5 hours into this drawing. Well, technically, wait. Yeah, 4 hours, 19 minutes into this drawing. Hello, hello. And so far, so good. So far, so good. Hand one, hand two. So now we still just need to shade gloves, and then we can throw in that, and then the background, and it will be done after some special effects over the top. We're making good progress, if I am very, very, very lucky. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the head pats. If I'm very, 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 very lucky, or masochistic, one of the two, I will have this thing done by the end of the stream. I started it this stream, I plan to end it in the stream. That is the goal. That is the goal. I'm not ending stream until I've done this drawing finish. But we're almost there. We are making really, really good progress. So I am happy camper. I thought I recognized that face. Yeah, yep. You were not wrong. You were not wrong. So we are now at the point where I need to shade the gloves with basic shading first. Then we can do some top layer lighting to give the piece some mood, because at the moment it's very, very, very flat. And then we throw in background and then apply our special effects layers. He looks gorgeous. Thank you! Thank you, thank you. I am glad. I am glad. We are working at this with gusto. I'm going to work on this one. So first, this is the port side, which is the hand that's palm forward. So lock opacity, make multiply. There we go. And we're going to start by throwing in some roughs. So what I'm doing with this shading is it's not going to be light source dependent shading really, quite so much as just general giving form. And therefore it should be relatively quick. Relatively. And I still need to do some finishing touches to the shading, give it some not shading, these block shadows to give it a little bit of whatchamacallit, subsurface scattering on the skin. Also about coming here, do I contact you or Discord or what? You go to my VGen. It's the only place where I accept commissions. Because it's, if you have too many places, then you stop checking one of them, like having too many social media platforms, and then you miss people, and then they get angry at you on social media, and then it affects business. Yeah, so everything happens on VGen. So you'll be able to see what I've got on offer. You'll be able to see how much things cost. The whole 9 yards. I've never commissioned someone before, so I don't know. Okay, that's fair, that's fair. It would be an honor to be your first commissioned person, but VGen is the place to go. It's got all of the information. I appreciate your interest. Okay, the side. Multiply. Like so. But to Hale and to everyone who came in from his community day, welcome in again. I hope you guys had fun. I know Thursday is Otto's community days. I can't remember, were you guys playing Reaper or Helldivers? I can't remember. It's one of the two that you guys do frequently, right? Yeah, it was fun? Ah, fantastic, fantastic. That is good news. We played Repo and the Amogus. Ah, I see, I see, I see. Fun, fun. Okay, this is just about there. Now it's just, I want to have a little bit of an indication of the crossover here. And a little bit of an indication of the knuckles. We are now. You should play with us sometime. Yeah. Unfortunately, that one is actually not available in my country. We checked. So I can't actually even acquire it. Legitimately, we checked. We tried. I know that it's just a military name because militaries love making everything that, but I'm also not particularly fond of the name Helldivers. I just gotta put it on record. uh, um, yeah, just a little pet peeve of mine personally. But anyway, that's besides the point. um, I know it's literally just military beating up aliens, but sorry. If I freeze, it is because my encoder does not like streaming while I'm hitting the save button. um, on the wish list after a replacement graphics tablet is a upgraded graphics card because I'm still running GTX. I'm still running GTX from like 5 years ago. Regional content, yeah. Yeah. It has its disadvantages. But it's all got to do with privacy laws at the end of the day, so. You know what? Not gonna fight that one. Okay. So I think we are now at the point where we can do fancy over the top lighting. What I'm gonna first do is I'm gonna change the color of our background. Cancel. I just want to go to my other reference over here on a screen that you guys can't see. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by making it black. I'm going to start by making the background black. Okay. And then we're going to throw all of the loud colors at this in the back. Why? Because we have a running theme in this song that we are doing a fan illustration for, essentially, for really loud colors. And I love my really loud colors, which is one of the reasons why I absolutely had to draw something for this, is because I am an absolute sucker for loud colors. It's like my favorite thing. um, okay. That's one. And behind, way back here, I see a set of purple ones, which is really kind of cool. Okay, lock that. Grab the slightly warmer color. That goes over the top there. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Just soften those up a little bit. There we go. Grab this loud reddish color. All right. Yep. Grab this again, and I'm just going to hue shift that to yeah. That works. And I'm going to hue shift that to there. And to there. There we go. Nope. Filter, blur, Gaussian blur. Like that. Good. That'll do. Okay, we've almost got this sorted. We've almost got it. We've almost got it. Now what we're going to do is we're going to grab a lovely vibrant green, like that. And we are going to create a full layer over the top, which is really loud. Green screen time. No. Overlay, like so. Now we do a... No, I don't want this to be overlay. Let's try multiply. Okay, now we do a color adjustment. So tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity, saturation down. Let's try something a little bit yellower. No, bluer, bluer. No. Ooh, nothing like Congo blue. Wow. I. Nothing beats Congo blue. Man. I grew up with that being a color of theater gel. That was like, oh, it always looks so good. For stage lights. It always looks so good. Okay, let's go with that. Now we're going to duplicate this, and we're going to put those on clipping groups. One here, one here, duplicate, one here, no, one here. Okay, so that gives us our shade base, which we're now going to apply a mask to each of these. Let me take away the hands for a second here. Come to our mask. And empty it. What I want to do is I want to try a gradient first. Foreground to opacity, yes. Green, yes. Green. Let's see. No, ain't what I'm looking for. That is not what I'm looking for. Let's try full. And no. That's also not what I'm looking for. I do want a gradient, but I want it to be foreground to background. No, foreground to transparent. And I want it to be something. Let me just come out here. Clear. Something like that. Yes, okay. So now I'm going to duplicate this again. Except, no, not quite duplicate. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just put a similar but appropriate gradient on the rest of these. Okay, clear, apply. Alright, now what I want to do is I want to grab this very, very, very loud yellow. And I want to get a droplet brush. And I want to make our particle size pretty massive. Yeah, that'll do. Let me go glow dodge. Change our color. Clear it. Give ourselves some generous mottling. Take our brush size down a little bit. This one wants to be on that hand. And over here. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. There we go. I'm not happy with the shape of that mottling. So let me try this. Oh, and yeah. Let's try this first. First we fill. Okay. Then over here, what we're gonna do is we're gonna mask out everything that would not get hit by direct light. Um, okay, now duplicate layer, put that on top here, fill, remove everything that's not going to see direct light. Let's just hide that for a second. Okay, here that's going to be literally all of that. Um, let's go add, add, and 40, and 40. Oi. Okay, that works, that works, that works. Now, our light source is pretty much coming from directly above. So now we go duplicate. And we go clear it. Hide the hands. See what grabs the light basically from directly above. Um, I'm not entirely sure that I'm sold on this method of doing the lighting yet. Let me just get my masks in place and then I'll decide if I hate it or not. Duplicate. Put that one here. Pull. Slowly but steadily getting there. Okay. Slowly but steadily getting there. Now what I want to do is I want to clear that. and clear that. And I want to come back here. Actually, no. I want to fill it with that. And then that looks more right. That looks more fitting. Yes, that's the one. Back to it. Cool. Now we're starting to get the feeling I was hunting for. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Okay. Filter, blur, Gaussian. Filter, blur, Gaussian. We are getting there. We are getting there. Filter, blur, Gaussian. There we go. Okay, now we still have some room for a little bit of extra pop. And I want this pop to come from below. This is calling for low, for an uplight. I'm feeling like it's calling for an uplight. Like significantly, I feel like it's calling for an uplight. So let's see what we can do with a glow dodge. And a nice warm color, I think. Just contrast what we've got going on here. And this is this hand, so let's see what we've got. Ooh. This might just be the ticket. Hello there. Duplicate. Clear. This is working. This is working. I'm liking this. Undo, undo. There we go. I am definitely liking this warm color for the uplight. I think this is working. But I might end up making it green. Maybe. No, I will not make it green. Probably. Okay, duplicate. Drop that there. Clear. Hide those. This is the slider I'm looking for, yes. almost got this one sorted. I love the lighting. I am so glad. I'm so glad. I am really experimenting hard with this one. It's been a while. I think the last time I tried to do an uplighting was that one 3-2-1 challenge guy that scared me in the end. Yeah. So this is going pretty well by my reckoning. But what I think I'm going to definitely need to do. Ooh, hello there. That looks interesting. Ooh, that looks interesting. Hello there. Ooh. I like that. I like that. Let me see. What can I do with that? And just reducing that a little bit. There we go. It's a fun experiment. It is. It is indeed. That red looks so cool. Yeah. Like, I am kind of really loving the red. Yep. That's not it. That's not it. That ain't the vibe. Okay, that works. want to do is find, where's this one? Yeah. This one is this one. Yes. Okay. I don't want that, actually. What I want is on this one. Hey, why are you doing this stupid now, huh? Why are you doing this stupid? Undo, undo, undo. Obviously, this is all broken because of stuff I can't see. Okay, and now clear it. And add a little bit of warm glow down here. No, just clear everything first and just do a warm glow. Okay. Now if I throw my hands back on, we should get something like this. Nice. Here. I'm gonna just take away some of those mottles just so that we can see the arm a little bit more. Because really, the shoulders are not that important to this picture. Save button, and it's going to break my model for a second or 4 or 10 or whatever while my computer catches up with me. My poor GPU does not like this at all. But I am going to get rid of that one. I don't like that red spot where it is. Yeah. I did not like that red spot. Now what I'm going to do is, right behind all of this, I'm going to add another gradient in the background. And it's not going to stay this color. And that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and take a sip. Actually, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that. I'm going to go straight to a deep cobalt blue, like that. Fill that down. Clear it first. Nope. There we go. So we are almost set. What it feels like it needs, though, still, it still feels like it needs something over the top to just tie it all together. And it feels like it needs another multiply. Yeah. Just kind of filling in a little bit more of that. Congo blue. Okay, the colors are definitely loud. The colors are definitely loud, and I really like that. Happiness is. Now, I'm not sure. Do I want to have this a different... Um, hmm. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Um, Now, if I'm just looking at this, I think I did make a little bit of a mistake with my composition because it's kind of... The crop isn't exactly brilliant composition. The crop is not exactly brilliant composition. And it's very, very colorful, but it's not exactly clear what you're looking at, I don't think. Is there a way to save this? Because something is bugging me on a level that I can't quite. Put my finger on. Let me try this. I think part of my problem is that my leaves in the background are actually too loud. That's better. Like, loud is nice, but it's distracting. Subdued, it really draws the eye into that loud patch in the middle there. Which is kind of what we want, is to draw the attention to the loud part. This would work if it were consistent. Okay. Okay, that sort of works. Okay. I think we are just about there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all my layers up into this point. I'm going to rasterize my paper, I think. Yeah. Rasterize the paper. It's black now, anyway. So I'm going to grab everything up to this point, and I'm going to put it in a group. And I'm going to go merge visible to new layer. because there's no ways on this blue earth that I am getting rid of layers on this madness. Okay. And now what I do is I'm going to go and I'm going to try and throw a little bit of chromatic aberration on it. So yeah. Okay, so now let's see a little bit more. Not that much. Okay, happy with that. Because that little bit of chromatic aberration is going to be interesting. Now I want to duplicate because I want to see if I've got let me do this. I want to include let me see, what have we got here? Okay, no. That ain't it. I want have I got, what have I got in my monochromatic patterns? I should have a array of dots in my defaults because I do want to pull that vibe in. It ought to be here somewhere, right? It's going to be under, not monochromatic, it's going to be under, no, it's going to be under monochromatic, it's going to be under basic dot, yeah. Okay, something like that, yeah. Clip, pull. This is toning, this is screen tone, so it's not gonna behave the same way. So I've got a rasterize. Yes. Scale it up. Okay. Whenever you do the double blink, it looks so cool. Probably my favorite. I'm glad you like it. I was so scared it was gonna be too weird to include type thing. But if you enjoy it, then I'm happy. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by clearing it and then ease it gently, gently. Yeah, that's it. Infusing a little bit of texture in here. I can roll with that. Yes. Subtlety, subtlety, subtlety. Amongst all of the loud colors. I like that. I like that. I've been wanting to incorporate a little bit of screen tone texture in my stuff lately, and I hadn't been able to figure out how I wanted to do it. I like that. Ultra subtle. I can roll with that. So I'm happy. Okay, I'm gonna call this one done. I'm gonna call this one done. I'm gonna call this one done. I like it. I really like how it came out in the end. It just wanted to bring the focus in on that neon shift. I think that's what it wanted, is to just tone down the edges. It is very you and I love it. I am glad. I am glad. I love loud colors. I love loud colors with every fiber of my being. So this was really, really fun to work on. And I'm glad if you like it. I am very, very glad if you like it. It is vibing with me very, very, very much. Oh, okay. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I love how it came out. It looks so cool. Yay! Yeah, I am really, really, really happy with how it came out. In celebration, we are going to have the next song be the one that this was inspired by. Because why not? I'm just looking at it for a bit because now I feel like I can afford to. Um yeah. I'm happy. Like it's just it ticks all of the boxes that I wanted to achieve today. Happiness. Happiness. I hope you guys enjoyed the process because it was wild. I have not done something with a contrast window like this before. I don't think I've ever done a contrast window like this. Um, and it turned out to end much, 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 much better than I anticipated. So I am happy. Yep, I needed those words. It's gonna be alright. Mm. Happiness, happiness is. Okay. It is now 1 o'clock UTC. We have been streaming for 6 hours and 5 minutes, almost 6 hours and 6 minutes. We have gotten confirmation that the animation commission that we did for Bunby is done. And I can spend the morning rendering that out for delivery. And we finished this. It was a blank canvas at the beginning of stream. So I'm happy camper. If you guys enjoyed the process, I am happy. For everyone who has been lurking, thank you very much. I am going to be republishing this onto YouTube because for some obscure reason, I think my internet died for a second or three too long, and the YouTube stream died for some reason. Zeal is such a good singer. I've yet to catch his streams though. Yeah, his streams start in about an hour-ish. No, no, that's the Australians. Uh, and I think no, yeah, the Australians and Frio start about now four-ish. Then, oh, four-ish my time. Uh, right when I crawl into bed usually. Um, I think Zeal often starts at about what? I think 9 or 10 in my time, so that's um 7 or 8 o'clock UTC, which is, if you're in the States, pretty close to midnightish. I think he's streaming from the Japan time zones. I don't know because he's oftentimes online at the same time as what I've seen some of the JP tubers. So I think I think he's been online at weird times. Every time from when I usually stream all the way up until when I go to bed, all the way through to when I wake up for my night's sleep. He is live at any one of those times. So he's wild in that frame. But yeah, oddly chill. I managed to catch a couple of minutes here and there and watch a couple of VODs off. So he's cool. I like him. uh, yeah. No, I enjoyed this. Thank you guys so much for indulging me in my self-indulgence. um, for this, it has been living rent-free in my brain since the EP dropped. Since the MV dropped on Sunday. He just started. What do I tell you? What do I tell you? He's just started. Okay. Well, if I was on YouTube now and I had the means, I would raid. But I don't think he's on Twitch today. He did open a Twitch, interestingly. But I think he's not multi-streaming. I don't think they have perms for that, most likely. But yeah, I will be posting this tomorrow as well. I will be putting this up on all of my platforms tomorrow because I'm not going to be doing that now. Also, I want there to be a snowball's chance of him actually seeing it, which means in hours when he's not streaming is most likely. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. Yeah, I've got an interesting track record. Not one of my Niji Ian fan arts has ever actually been seen by the liver, to my knowledge. Which is kind of hilarious. So I'm holding thumbs that maybe this time. Fun times. Anyway, I am going to call it a day. Thank you so much again for joining me. I really, really appreciate it. It is in my time zone Friday. I'm going to be rendering things out tomorrow, which means that I am not going to exist again until Monday, because there's stuff happening on the weekend as well, again. I shall retweet, comment, and like when I see it. Thank you, I appreciate. Greatly appreciated. So I will be posting probably midday-ish my time. Definitely not before then. And yeah, I'm not going to probably be seeing you guys again till Monday, although I will be lurking on social media. I'm going to see if I can try and actually interact with other people for a change and see if I can maybe catch a stream or two. We'll see. I know there are a couple of things in the last week that I missed, but I am gonna see what I am awake for at the right times and when I'm not needed for domestic madness in my household, because household maintenance needs to happen. I need to continue ripping out carpets. Oh, I so desperately need to continue ripping out carpets. Oh my word, that has been on hiatus. That job has been on hiatus for too long. The madness of being a homeowner. Okay. Well, that's the sound of me running out of brain juice. So thank you all. Rest well when you get to it. Um and uh yeah, everything's gonna be alright. Rest well when you get to it. And cheery bye.